We're back. Let me get everything else back open.
Johnny, you son of a bitch!
Oh my god, you fucking asshole, I hate you so much. You are such a fucking dick. Oh my fucking god, you're such a fucking asshole.
Go. Alright, crowd control. Yeah, OBS just didn't like that. OBS is not happy. There we go. Make that look better. You refresh. Wow! Don't talk to CJ like that, Johnny. Heckin' rude. Yeah, you go pee, Tiny Tank. Alright. There we go. This should be fixed now. While we're in ad break, did I miss a follow? I don't know. While we're in ad break, we did hit the $200 milestone, so we will have a Mecha Chameleon community night. I will post in the Discord when that's going to be, and options so that we can get as many people as we want, or as can be, basically, so that as many people can be available. The next milestone is 300, and that will be me finishing off the rest of the bag of the Skittles spicy gummies, because they're getting a little on the questionable side in terms of softness. And that'll be, once we hit it, I'll do that, and I have to finish it by the end of that stream. Yeah. And then 400 will be a future Diamond Dots stream. What it's going to be, I don't know yet. Hi, Billy! Welcome in, how are you? Look at Billy, being a rock star.
Wow. Oh, why are you slapping my guitar? Yo! Is he trying to play the guitar? Little bro thinks he's playing the guitar, kind of chick.
That's cute. And then if we hit 500, it'll be a Diamond Dots coaster set giveaway. They are leaves. They're all different leaves. They're really cute. They'll be completed, so you don't even have to finish them. And you just have to be willing to give me your address for that. You don't even have to be one of the people who donated. It's just, it opens up that giveaway to the community. If we hit 575, which means I have raised $2,000 on Tiltify total since I started, which was like last year, then Johnny will drive up and pie me in the face. And I may have a second one ready for him to get pied in the face. He's peeing right now. I'm allowed to say this. Haha. So yeah. Right? It's gonna be good. It's gonna be so good. But yeah, these are the coasters. That is the coaster set. So they're really pretty. I just don't have a use for them. But I wanted to do them. And I don't know anyone else who has a use for them. So that's why we're gonna do a giveaway if we hit that. Big guy, you didn't eat your breakfast. I know. Alright. Ads are over. Let's hop into Rita and hope that that fixed the really weird black shadow issue.
Wait, mine's Tamagotchi.
Your Tamagotchi died. That means you haven't been taking care of it.
Thomas sick.
Let me try and get timed out again. Damn it. I got a 5. It did fix it! Yay! Look at this is how the game's supposed to look. Look how cute. Then we get feathers. Oh my gosh, yay! You've hatched my beautiful little chicklet Rita! We live here on the beach. You'll love the beach all your life, don't worry. I've actually never figured out how to get into town, but who would need to with a home like this? If you find your brother, please bring him home. Can I jump in the fire? No. Dang it. That's twisted. We can't fried chicken Rita. That's just wrong. Oh, I can't read. I need glasses. It's too accurate. There's a scatterbug in chat. Catch that Pokemon. And you know, if we hit 600, maybe I'll do a stream where I'm like just drawing cursed stuff and I take requests. That would be fun. Look at this little chick swimming. Let's see. Aha. I need a ramp. She probably is. Is it gonna be really good? I missed the J. I miss J.
You were close.
I can jump now.
Oh, hi there. You must be Rita. I'm your twin brother I hatched not long ago. Found this sweet hat on the way up here. At least I think it's a hat. I can't see very well, and I'm certainly not well enough to follow you. I hope you can help me, Rita.
Dibs on Harley Quinn. Aspendale Lookout. Best view of the bridge in town.
Have a great day, Rita. I'm just going to wait here until you can help me follow you home.
You've found a memory world. These worlds contain important lessons. Keep your brain active. Yeah, Johnny. Woo! Okay. Oh, okay. That's the bridge. Haha. Alright, what's the last one that we need? Wow, Johnny. That's funny. That's bad, but that's funny.
Yeah.
Johnny, stop
Wait for it to
bullying poor
actually
Cody.
restart.
That's not the
They
Cody that we
did.
bully.
It's
You
taking
have
forever.
returned to me.
Oh, Jesus
Though you were
Christ.
gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Okay, that.
I yelled at him for you. Alright, what? That's not the Cody we bully. Cody, that's not, or Johnny, that's not the Cody we bully. We bully the other Cody. Johnny, don't make me hurt you. Oh, bridges. Okay. We just needed the other one. Okay. I was overcomplicating that. I was thinking it was a whole other word. Okay. Keep your brain active. Rita loved puzzles and we all knew it. Anytime you would visit and peer through the fly screen door, sure enough, there she'd be with a magazine or newspaper in hand doing the word puzzles. I love you too, sweetheart. You've got to keep your brain active, she'd tell me. Most people like me like to put lines through the words they find, but not Rita. Circling each letter was the way to go for her, and now for me too. The gate will open for those who can read this sign. Hydrate! Thank you for the hydrate, Renato. Flowey dance time, I got you. No, you stay back there. You stay back there. No.
No, but I just started officially streaming constantly. I got friends like Johnny and Troll, and like they back me up a lot, so that's why I officially started streaming, you know.
It's okay, I hate mine too, Renata. Yeah, Johnny, what are you thinking? 9 a.m.? You think people are up that early? Great way to start vacation. Flowey is amazing. There's a piggy! I'm busy. Trying to get this thing working. This lift thingamabob. Leave me be. Johnny's breaking HIPAA. You're up at 5:30 a.m. every day. Why? Ew. Oops. That angle change was rude. That angle change is rude.
That's huge.
Working children or dog. It's early though, even for my kids. Okay. Did you just say this emote would give people a rash? Ew. I can spell raisin. It's an Invisipig.
Hey, Pep, I'm a little champion runner. Let's race to the flag on the other beach. You ready?
Ooh, that thing's speedy. It's speedy, it cheats. Nope. Okay, so there's a tree down there. I have so many letters. Can't do a friend. Hmm. So don't have all of the letters for that. Okay, so this one I do have the letters for. It's the only one I have all the letters for. Look it, I got your stupid thing working.
See? I told you I could do it. It was all me.
Yeah, sure. A-hole. Look at that follow age. 1 year, 3 months, 12 days. There's a Togepi in chat. Catch that Pokemon. That is not an OG. It's not the OG. Nope. Nope, it's next gen because that was the baby generation. That's... No, it's Gen 2. Because it started the whole baby generation. Baby generation didn't start until... Yeah, the whole baby generation didn't start until Gold Silver. Behind the wind harnessing contraption you shall find the thing you seek of a shiny kind, center of structure and off the ground. I'm telling you, this is where it'll be found. Yeah. This project will bring great opportunities to the residents of Aspendale. Construction commences late 1933. Hi, Rita. Welcome in. How are you?
Minecraft Queen, I've been telling you.
You were close.
I've been telling you. I'm built different. What?
There was a Clefairy in chat earlier. I was yelling
look,
for you.
Here, I'm gonna have like a little mining hole.
Thank you for the hydrate. Y'all really making me want to pee all day. I know, I'm so happy for you still. Johnny's talking about buying a corset? Or putting a corset on his throne? Ew. Sure. Alright, so I need a C for coins over here. I need P, L, and another E. No, wait, this isn't coins. This would have to be money, so I need a Y. This is chop. And this is follow. This would have to be raise. There's always money in the shoe stand. There's always money in the shoe stand. There's always money in the banana stand. They did an Arrested Development. I fucking can't. Oh, I should be reading this. Well, they're super fast running shoes, guaranteed 33.91% speed increase. Okay, okay, you can buy them from me at the right price. I don't think there's anywhere I can jump over this way, though. Oh, wait, I can talk to this guy now.
Oink. Oh, hi there. I guess we are friends now. What am I doing? I learned that you can dig in places like this. Sometimes you might get lucky, some loot, and out-of-this-world experience. Other times it's just a letter, or who wants that yet? You should find your own, though. I've already looted here. Like...
We can go cheap. We can go cheap. Johnny, we can go cheap. Oh, what's this for? Why did the chicken do the crossword? To get to the end of the game. Why? Mew, mew. Money. Deal. Nice doing business with you, buddy. Now I can go fast. Yeah, because I'm always watching Mod View, Johnny. I'm faster than you now, chick. Haha. You beat me! I'll probably write about you in the paper! Come back for a golden challenge anytime! Welcome to the Community Spotlight, where we bring you the latest news from around Aspendale. We cover unexpected events and heartwarming moments, showing you the spirit of our community. Fast feet and sharp mind, that's how locals are describing this chicklet who is taking the town by storm. The puzzle-solving star has sprinted to victory after beating the town's fastest runner in a race. A new pair of shoes was possibly spotted, according to some sources. They crossed the finish line in front of a buzzing crowd, bringing Aspendale to life once again. What am I playing? You did. Oh, I should have stayed on top of that. Especially because now I got stuck. And I got stuck again. His name is Spork!
Wow, you are too good for me. Enjoy your prize. You can race again anytime. There are world records to set, you know.
Chicken on top of chicken. Johnny, do you want to do a joint thing for September then? Just to take it easy on you. Yeah. I do have this, okay. Johnny. Wow, I already got one of my test results back. Shall we look at it? Because I'm nosy? That is one thing, they don't mess around with that. Well, my B12's in the green, but it's on the low end of the green. So that's a plus. My TSH is just outside the normal range. So that's fun. Vitamin D did not come back yet. My vitamin D is low. I don't like going outside, that makes sense. So 2 out of the 3 popped up as abnormal. That's funny. I fully expected it to be low, I'll be honest. There's a Raticate in chat. Catch that Pokemon as part of the event. And also...
B12 OG. B12 OG. B12 OG.
The lesson may be simple in language, but more difficult in execution. One step at a time. My ankle just cracked. Oh, it's probably one, because I just found two. One, there. Oh, good. Mm. So, okay. I need one more because I can't... Oops, I fell. Because I can't do... Alright, hang on. Nope, okay. Oh, I did have an extra one, right? No. I did. Okay. Why did it feel like I didn't? That was weird. Mm. Pew. That was weird. One step at a time. Mm. Do you ever notice that the older generations are never in a rush? Look at Johnny. Us younger chickens have more time left than any of them, yet we're constantly thinking 7 steps ahead of where we need to be. Although Rita did have her share of troubles, she never got too far ahead of herself. Just one step at a time, and you'll be right, mate. I guess we'll steal that. We have to. Now Johnny's complaining that I said that. don't know if that's even close enough for me to jump to, actually. No. Everything hurt from bowling? Yeah, but now you're working out. That's not... It's... I don't know if it's gonna have the same effect as you think it is. Maybe. Johnny just wants to finger some balls.
Now we really do look like twins. I'm going to try to follow you now.
Rita is being praised as a hero after reuniting her family with her lost brother. Quick to spring into action when she realized he was missing, Rita soon found him nearby, confused and without his glasses. Thank goodness for Rita, her relieved mother said. Aspendale locals are celebrating Rita's discovery and hopes she sticks around. Johnny can't handle cow butt. Newspaper. No, I said Johnny can't handle cow butt. Oh, I almost missed. I want that. I can spell beret. I can spell trim. I can spell tree. I can spell bitter and better. And mitten? No, not mitten. Oh yeah, no, mitten. Bitten? Okay. On water it floats, a frog sits and gloats. Probably lily pad. An act of creation to go further requires innovation. Twist or spin to change the direction you're going in. Tree once tall, shout this when it falls. Oh, timber. Pew. The shape of a hoop around one's waist, it should loop. Turn. Belt, maybe? Oh, look at that. Okay. Okay. Lily pads. I think this is all brand new now. Mm-hmm. Whoa. Hold it right there, kid. There's no going into the forest without a sword and a shield. Oh, hang on, that doesn't sound right. However, I was told that one of you chicklets would be helping out with bridge construction. So I really can't let you leave until that is built. Tough luck for you. Johnny's just a little chicken. Mew. Well, we built part of it. Does that count? Hang on. So we haven't completed all of this yet. Okay. So one of the windmills. Johnny just said he hates people who get tattoos. There's a Ghastly in chat. Catch that Pokemon. It's part of the event.
B12 OG.
And
B12.
it's an OG.
B12 OG.
Oh, it's right there. Okay. Oh, what is this? You've builded the first section of the bridge. You may pass then. Construction of the long-awaited Aspendale Bridge is finally underway thanks to a major contribution from Rita. I'm just happy to help, the local hero squawked. For many residents, this bridge brings a sense of connection to the wider region. Rita's generosity is quickly making her a beacon of the community. Our story resumes 2 generations later. Rita is a fully grown hen living in the working-class town of Shepton. She's had a family of her own and is eagerly awaiting the hatching of her first grand chicklet. Will this chicklet also have an affinity to words and puzzles? Oh my gosh. Shepton Forest, very mild danger. Welcome to Shepton. I'm new to this job. They gave it to me for something to do in my retirement years. I can tell you are from Aspendale. Sometimes the forest is locked and sometimes the desert isn't inaccessible. I don't know. Other than that, make yourself at home. Bah. World famous Shepton Clock Tower. Who's there? Rita who? Haha, good one. Your mom's a half-sleeve, Johnny. We're the Beachminton champions. You're going to need a partner to challenge us. Shepton Desert, currently inaccessible. On desert stones to hop, I'm told. It's how you shall receive some gold. Start from 1 and end with 5. Stay off the ground to remain alive. Floor is lava. Got it. Oh, I thought he said an old woman tattoo shop. I was like, that's a choice. Wide gate access to the forest not open. Oh my god, they're euchre. Missouri. Oh no! I'm great at cards. Sorry, we're playing a 4-player game today. Come back when you have a partner. Okay. I thought you said an old woman tattoo shop too, so you need to work on your diction. That's Hatch. I don't have that. So that would be Clock. I don't have that. Tower. Okay, so this would be Tall Tales from Shepton Streets. We wish to welcome new readers to Shepton Stories, the oldest, still most popular journal in the greater Shepton area. Here you can keep up to date with all the latest goings-on in Shepton and read stories highlighting the many achievements and exploits of our wonderful residents. I don't have the rest of that one, actually. In 1933, Rita was a That's Egg. That's gonna be Time. This is gonna be Chick. It's pretty thick. Time. I don't know, Johnny, your accent's pretty thick. It's pretty bad today, Johnny. I said it's been pretty bad today. And now we can do time! Time. Time. Boots and cats. Oh, look at this little baby! Little baby. I've been waiting to meet you too. I can feel we'll always have a special bond. My name is... We can name it. But it's supposed to be our name? We're just gonna do... Oop. Okay, we'll just do Beauty. Let's go on an adventure together and play lots of games and do puzzles. I think we need to use these green pads. Oh, okay. Interesting. God, he's so fucking cute. Big girl, if you want a snack, you can have a snack. Okay. Yeah? It is afternoon. It's 1:16. Big guy, you didn't eat your breakfast though. Stop. Big guy. Knock it off, please. Okay. Four-player snap. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, Johnny. I did get myself timed out when you were offline. Off stream. Haha. You showed me your bot was open. Destroyed. In a competition-filled week, local star Rita and her grand chicklet have chalked up a win at the local card games tournament. Through several claw-biting rounds, the talented duo fought off all competitors with a combination of skill and quick thinking. The two showed themselves to have never near unbeatable force when they work together and have the whole town wondering, what will they do next? I don't know. There's a wheezing in chat. Catch that Pokemon. It's part of the event.
B12 OG. B12 OG.
Probably next is
B12
badminton, I guess.
OG.
Wait, have we checked what's behind the houses? Yes. First ideas are not always best ideas. Okay. Nope. They knew what they were doing with this one. That's rude. So we got bridge here. I'm gonna put those all there just so that I get them off of the thing. Alright, where is the actual word cube? We're gonna find it. It's here somewhere, it's gotta be. Gum. There's also bridge here too. Johnny's playing Barbie. Instead of Katamari. Because there's no box, so it's gotta be cube. And there's rotate here, but that's not gonna help me right now. And what about move? There we go. Oh, nope, that's not the right bridge. No, wait. They didn't spell either of those bridges right. That's rude, too. Heckin' rude. Learn 3 lessons. First ideas are not always best ideas. Rita and I would often play a certain tile-based word assembly board game. In fact, it was probably the activity we bonded over. We actually first played on a PC. I'd never played this game before and she'd never used a computer, so we ended up teaching each other. She wasn't a competitive person. What she enjoyed most was the time with her family. That was lost on me back then. Looking at her tiles, the first 4-letter word she found was almost certainly getting played. You can find better than that, I would exclaim. I'd be met with, well, that's all I can see. First ideas are not always best ideas, Rita. Alright. Badminton time. This will be interesting. Okay, so it's just... What? I call shenanigans. Sheep-nanigans. God. This is intense. Okay. Okay, we're fine. Don't freak out. They're making me do sports ball in a word puzzle game. Or I guess shuttlecock ball in a word puzzle game. The local beach mitten competition has drawn to a close, with the underdog duo of Rita and her grand chiclet securing a surprising victory. Their unexpected triumph proved a smash with the crowd, who celebrated their win with a chorus of cheers and flapping feathers. Oh! Rise up, haha. Oh, is this where I need the letters now? Because yeah, okay. Interesting. Okay. Key. Okay, so these are all green letters, so these have to probably go with these. Okay. So this is a waterfall, because it's falling water. The other one's gonna take me a minute. I can tell you that right now. It is a me. A generic Italian donkey plumber. Stop. Oh my gosh. Oh. Wanna help me fix the plumbing? Oh. Oh, okay, Vicar. Okay. Oh, that was sneaky. Sneaky little shortcut. I hear tell you, chicken, I really want to reach that stone platform. Last time, well, you can see, my tree weren't big enough. Okay, sorry guys, my husband's texting me. So impatient, that goat of mine. Have patience, I said. Let things grow first.
Oh, I heard that bubble.
Okay. Okay. So this is gonna be pipes. So I need another P. This is gonna be grow. That's gonna be open. That's gonna be help. There's a Poltergeist in chat. Catch that Pokemon. It is part of the event. What does a Poltergeist look like? Oh, it looks like it's part of the Sinisty line. You. The Haunted Teacup.
You were close.
Hi, Cody. This is Rita.
Wizram? Where did he go?
This is a game called Rita. It is a word puzzle game. But it also had a badminton section, so I was like, it's making me do shuttlecock ball in a puzzle game. Mm. Okay. But yeah. So how are you? Alright, let's switch to this. See if there's anything new with her. Cause she big chick. This one's Rita. In some parts we're playing as like young her. Okay, we can't go through there as Rita. Interesting. But why? But why? So like there's like little bits of platforming, little bits of word puzzle. The demo was like something I absolutely loved, so like I applied for this right away. And I was like, I'm not hearing anything. They clearly aren't giving it to me. And then I got it like last week, and I was like, holy shit. So thirsty. Don't want to tell you secret of the forest. Fine, be that way. Fucking rude. I won't fucking help you then. What? Okay. Now we in a maze. It's so amazing. And it's like a bunch of different kinds of word puzzles, which is neat. Sometimes you just need the right shoes. Okay. I don't have enough for sneakers. Okay. That was an achievement. Circling Adidas was an achievement. That was so funny. That was so funny. Yeah. All right. I wonder if Nike would have worked too then. So more stable, more tall, more sporty, and more bounce. So I sent my mom my test results and she's like, yep, you're mine. Okay, alright, so what's gonna be tall? Boots? No. Moon boots is gonna be the bounce. Okay. Oh, stilt. Oops. Oh my god. It's a chick on stilts. Look at this. That was fucking cute. It looked like there was more beyond that though. Hang on. I want to go back in there. Sometimes you just need the right shoes. I used to avoid buying shoes, sitting in the store, being waited on by the staff, not knowing what is in fashion. And then there's the price. It was all very anxiety-inducing. My solution was to shop alone in department stores and just get the cheapest pair. But this caused me to get bad foot pain when walking to and from work. One thing I did know how to buy were tennis shoes. I knew the exact pair and wouldn't buy anything else. Rita and I were having one of our usual calls while I was walking to work. I told her about my shoe troubles. Why don't you walk to work in your tennis shoes and then change when you get there? Not rocket science, just sound advice. Sometimes it matters more who gives you the advice than the advice itself. That is true. I want to go back in there because I feel like there was something beyond that last section. Oh, like, look, there's something over here. Okay, so first we'll do... Because it wants skates for this section. Then... stilts. And sneakers. Okay, let's go back this way and see what was that, what that thing was. Whee! Alright, we gotta put skates back on for that. Big guy, your snack's here. That is not what I thought Johnny was going to say. Okay. Oh, so it just... Oh! Okay. pipes. The pipes are calling. I can't. Oh, I can do open. I just thought you said fuck. Johnny, I just thought you said pole as in P-O-L-E. So. I thought you said fuck the pole as in P-O-L-E. I know. I know what you said eventually. Bridge construction continues. Aspendale has entered the first phase of its... Oh, wait, I already read that. Locals are relieved today after the recovery of Rita's grand chicklet safe and sound, who had gone missing early this morning in Shepton Forest. The chick lost their way in the forest maze, but was able to survive its formidable challenges until being discovered by Rita. Happy to be reunited, they say the experience hasn't diminished their love of exploring. Oh no, this is right. This is new. Bridge construction continues. Aspendale has entered the first phase of its ambitious bridge project in collaboration with neighboring Shepton, whose generous support should speed up construction. The mayor has welcomed the development, anticipating a new era of prosperity for the region. There's never been a better time to live and raise a brood in our beautiful town. Okay, need that. Waterfall. As a reminder, we are still raising money for the 1000 Dreams Fund. We are at $200 raised, which is incredible. If we hit $300 raised, that means I'm gonna finish that bag of spicy Skittles gummies in one go. So by the end of that stream, whether it's this stream or whenever. But you have to hit it. And if y'all want to see Johnny pie me in the face, and then me subsequently pie Johnny in the face, we have to hit 575. Ah, that's better. No longer thirsty. So, there's a Chinchou in chat. Catch that Pokemon. The secret is, just stand on the red thing and jump. Whoa, that's fun.
This is how much
Okay, so I need Rita over here. I like how she walks. Makes me so happy. Here we go. Boing. Oh, Johnny doesn't know. Oh, okay. We're gonna get that. Who scared Johnny?
You were close.
Aha. Good job, Toaster. Or Cedric. I can't call you Toaster, that just sounds wrong. Create a blank of me. Because this should be grow. Johnny's just saying what? The stunties are going after Johnny and it's freaking hilarious right now. How did I get up there though? Might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie. Bye-bye-bye. God dang it. Joseph, down the toilet. Maybe you beat my cousin on land, but you'll never beat me on water. I'm the fastest swimmer in all the... I mean, water ever the surface. I will win. Let's race around the 2 red flags out there at sea. You cheated, my dude. Oh, there's a feather out here, though. I don't want that. Okay. Okay, Bicker. You just don't like those beads in there? Okay. Johnny's just telling everyone about Berta's rash. So rude. It's Berta's own stuff to tell, not yours. Ah, Johnny. Hippa. check behind the waterfall. Okay. Not sure what I'm missing now. I'm pretty sure I got everything in here. Yeah, I got everything in here. Johnny's beating up animals? I already played that. Oh wait, we can talk to this dude because we fixed the pipes. That's right. The Mario donkey. I'm sorry, Mario donkey. It is a Zelda shirt, yeah. It's a crop top. From Hot Topic. You're so glad it's Friday? Me too. Me too. How? Super work, my friend. The design under the logo? It's the 3 spiritual kind of stone logos, in a way. Let me see if I can raise it up for you. It's very faded because I wear this one a lot. But yeah, I have this one and I have another one that's more of like a tie-dye kind of background. But yeah, I love them. I love them. Hot Topic. That's the great thing about Hot Topic is there's so many good clothes. You have one, but it has rupees. Okay, so this is gonna be grow. What is this? That grew a lot. I have a lot of Zelda shirts. That's probably one of the most that I have. Well, I'll be clucking crazy. You gosh darn did it, didn't you, chicken? Time for some chopping. Johnny, you're one to talk. Let's see you run. Let's see you run, Johnny. You're down to 4 now. Oh, this is Shrine. Maybe. I will say the nice part of like not growing since I was 10 means I just maintain a lot of my clothes. Oh, sunken. Because it's a sun. Now we got yellow letters. Ugh. I can't read this. Go through all the rainbow stuff right now because it's shortcuts. But what are these? climb the ladder? Don't be crazy. There's a way for us chickens to cross these gaps, though. Just give me a moment. I went to a good school, you know. Okay. I also went to a school. Why do I have so many blanks now? That makes me nervous. Hang on. I'm gonna be stubborn and get this feather before I get the rainbow thing. Haha. I told you. The donkey pooped out an O. Beat it, kid. You're too little to get anything out of me. Ew. I don't know. Is that a potato? Is that a fucking potato? Well, howdy there. I'm the local conductor. Of what? Oh, right. I'm missing the train, among other things. I must have blacked out. Alright. Whoa, okay. Desert downs, but no across. Okay. So we got... Oh, okay. Very together. Not alone. Okay. I touched my boo-boo and that hurt. I touched my boo-boo and it hurt. Meow. Is one gonna be shrine again? Very formally build. Construct, probably. Very diligently read. Very carefully dig. That's gonna be where the X goes. Excavate. Excuse me, kind sir, I need that feather. Oh no, it's another chick, but that chick looks like a potato.
If you can make it beyond the first line, I have a prize for you. Ready to jump?
I'm probably not going to. There's an Appleton in chat. Catch that Pokemon. It's part of the event. Button? Okay. So we need to bring Rita over here because that guy wants an older chick. That guy probably wants an older chick. I got all of that stuff. She's so cute. She's so cute. Johnny. No. No. Johnny, no. We also have other words. So there's... Okay. Inverse crossword. Black out all the letters which are not words related to the theme of this puzzle. You have to figure out the theme first. Don't run out of black squares on your way to the solution, which will look like a fully completed crossword. There's a ticket. And tracks.
You were close.
And travel. And then railway. tunnel. Johnny's blaming someone. And train. So that's what connects train to travel. We need a lot more of these black squares. Holy crap. First let's go over here and read this sign. Like the forest, this desert has secrets too. G equals Grand Chiclet. N equals Rita. And the rest do not matter. Alright, so... I need to be here. And Grand Chiclet needs to be here. Okay. Okay. Let's talk to Jerkhead Donkey. Wow! What are you babbling about, you old hen? I'm not giving you anything. Wow. You're a jerk. Okay. A shrine! A shrine! Johnny just says he doesn't want to suck an apple? Okay. Study. Oh, I knew it! There was a reason I got into SHS for my studies. Shepton High School! Oh, jump to glide, it's that simple. Oh, one more thing, this ability diminishes with age. So I need to be itty bitty. Yeah, we're gonna put you over here. Alright, ad is going to start in about 4 minutes. With that, I am going to have to take a little bit of an extended break to get food ready for the kittens and feed them. Because it's gonna be time to feed them again. Also... This is not alone. And this is construct. See, I don't have the stuff for that. Okay.
Like a big
Mm-hmm.
Say me, just I am not going to try to make them dirty. These are clean beats.
Oh. Okay.
What time? What are you doing? Oh, that was good. I don't know what is on the podcast here.
Okay.
But next time I'll wear gloves because I'm gonna like get to the bottom and see what it is.
Okay, big girl. Okay, big girl. Okay. Johnny's stressed out in a Barbie game. Somehow, like, you can get all the way over there. That's wild. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we need to go back up there because we're gonna need that. Oh, that's not that. Oh, okay. Sports lovers have cause to rejoice at the exciting smorgasbord of games, events, and championships on offer at the ongoing regional sports meet. You can stay on top of all of the events here and find all the results you're after. Whatever your contest of choice, we've got you covered. Running, Rita, swimming, spork, long jumping, spork, high jumping, spork. Cornerstone. I need an N. I don't have an N. Okay. No, wait, not that one. Alright, so that's gonna go over there. Okay, so that I can't reach. Choo choo. Because Johnny is a brat. Listen, Johnny, if the shoe fits. What does this say? Dry, not for everyone and colder than you expect, but enough about Rita's comedy. Welcome to the Shepton Desert. Okay, so here's another spot where I need to climb up stuff. If you don't laugh, you'll cry. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. I see what they're doing here. Is Sob one? Sob is one. Cry. Tears. Your horse doesn't like you anymore, Johnny. Ball. Weep. Sad. And seven's the last one. What's the last one? Whimper. Okay. Okay, I can't solve that yet. Cool. Dang it. Dang it! Okay, I can't jump. Okay. There's a tarantula in chat. Catch that Pokemon. And then happy. If you don't laugh, you'll cry. Rita didn't take life or herself too seriously. She was always up for a joke. We were playing our favorite tile-based word assembly board game. She proudly put down a high-scoring word, weaving. The G was an unmarked or wild tile. It was always my job to add up the score. 90 points, not bad, Rita. The only problem? That unmarked tile was actually a regular tile flipped over. Oh, and the W was an M upside down. We both laughed. I'm getting old, mate, she told me. But like I always say, if you don't laugh, you'll cry.
You were close.
Oh, another test result. Two, three, four. Okay. Johnny doesn't 100% games anyway. Nope, too far away. Sure, Johnny, sure. Whatever you say. Whoops, I fell. Someone tell Johnny that there's like 50 levels in that game. Don't you dare ban Verta. I'll ban you, Johnny. I'll ban you. Okay, well... I don't have anything to help you with the blackout, because I need more. Don't tell anyone, but you were my favorite. Aww. Rita likes me. Suck it, Johnny. I'm Rita's favorite. Okay, so there's stuff up there that I just haven't been able to figure out how to get. There's that. I haven't gotten that yet. Your mom can hop the fence, Johnny. So that you can't make. Desert stones, 1 to 5. So I'm assuming it's over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think I can reach over here, can I? Yes, we can hear your dogs. Unless it's in the game. But I was assuming because it's a horse game there wasn't dogs. I don't know where it wants me to go. Yeah. I did it. I don't know what else it wants me to do. We did all that. Like, this is literally all I can see to do. I got get on there. Thank you. Haha. Haha. Alright, hang on. Renato told me that you preferred pickles on your pizza, Johnny. Oh, I forgot to go away on ads, I'm sorry. That you like pickles on your pizza. Some of my friends live in big houses. Here, we'll do this one, and then I'll have to run and feed the kittens. I'm so sorry. I should have done that on the ad. I missed that. Oh, we got Wordle! Alright. Doesn't check it though. Or do I just have to leave them? There we go, micro. Why are we moving the M? Why are we moving the M? This is not how you... This is... Oh my god, this is making me mad. This is making me mad. This is making me mad. No. This isn't how you wordle. This isn't how you wordle. Right. It was making me really upset. It's not how you wordle. Some of my friends live in big houses. Although some called Rita a silly old chook, she wasn't silly if you knew where to look. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Ostrich Army. Our follows are anonymous. Feel free to chat or lurk, whichever you prefer. We are just happy to have you. Hey you! Welcome in. How are you? At times she could even be profound if you ask me. Perhaps she didn't mean to be though. It was just our regular tile-based word assembly board game session, and out of nowhere she says, some of my friends live in big houses. Okay, Rita, where are you going with this? I thought. I don't know why, she went on. You can only be in one room at a time. Hey, Crockpot! Welcome in, how you doing? Ah, no worries. Twitch also does the thing where it unfollows people on you all the time. There's a minute in chat, Cash App Pokemon. It's time. Time for me to feed the kittens, yes. I should have done that on the ad break and I didn't, and I feel bad. But what time do you mean? Because Johnny, you're so loud. Losers, baby, we're losers. It's okay to be a coked up dick sucking hoe. Baby, that's fine by me. Thank you for the resub, you, with your Prime Gaming. I appreciate you. Let's see what we got. Cayenne! Technically, it's right on the line. Wait. Okay. This one... Okay. I don't know if I can show you. This one's on the line. Like, on the line. Maybe I'll respin. You're sleepy and sorry and you're tolerating Johnny, you poor soul. Now it's actual Cayenne. Alright. Here's your Cayenne. Thank you so much. Oh, my finger got stuck. Wait, if they can do that to dogs, can we do that to people? Okay. I'm gonna run and feed the kittens real quick. So it's gonna be a little bit of an extended BRB. I will be right back. I am so sorry.
I'm gonna check this one. Really?
Kittens! Very little kittens. Here,
Yeah?
I'll pop up a picture so you can see them.
You're saying hi? Yeah. Oh, that was so cute. You gonna say hi again? Can you blow kisses? Oh, you
Cheers. Get ready to clip. Why did I lick? Why am I licking?
see, best giggle ever.
No,
I'm gonna clip that one and send it to Jay.
no. Oh,
Yes.
okay, fine. Okay.
Fish. Oh no, Obscure's in the oven. Fish. Fish. Fish, 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 fish. I wonder if I can shake this enough for it to like explode. No. Okay. I tried to save him. I put him in water.
Now that you're energized.
Thank you. You have a squeezy pack. Cody, you fucking dick. Alright, big guy's awake. I gotta go get him. Fax.
Oh, that's in my head now.
Blue shell.
I'm not in first, I'm happy. Jerk.
Whee!
Well,
Whee!
Dang, I was.
You're trying to schmoove your way into a job? You can do it. Okay. That's like useless, but okay. 600 per week for 15 hours of work. Holy crap. I don't want to talk to you because you're just. Oh, you didn't release B. Okay, cool. You got this, Neffy. Oh, a fish! Let's save Obscure! A soul rock appears. catch that Pokemon. We saved Obscure. It's so heavy. How is it? No, Obscure, how dare you! Oh, I'm so gonna clip that and send that to him and be like, Obscure, how could you? Why you hate me?
Congratulations, that's really freaking awesome.
Well, sorry, don't mind me. I'm eating Peeps cotton candy.
Okay, wait, cotton candy that tastes like Peeps or Peeps that are the cotton candy Peeps?
Cotton candy Peeps. I'll send you a picture.
Because I don't like Peeps necessarily, but I tried those cotton candy ones, I think last year or something like that, and those are actually kind of amazing.
So it's literally just a bag of cotton candy that tastes like Peeps.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've seen that before.
That is amazing. Oh, and the message. The message is so sweet. Always keep being you, raising funds for amazing causes and being an inspiration to so many. Never stop being you. Thank you, Anonymous. Our current event total is at $8,418.
We're just gonna cryogenize the body by shooting
right
a
now
million
in my
snowballs.
brain.
Is your smudge safe, Melums? Is it good?
I believe it's good, yeah.
Why didn't you use it while you were being
because my brain went, ah!
How did that go?
What? One more time?
Nope. That was it. You know where to find it, but that was it.
Time to clip that for later.
Anyways, though,
I will accept clips of Melums making a J noise, please and thank you.
That was me.
Explains why it seemed so familiar. It disappears. What the hell, Ratio? What the hell, Ratio? What the hell, Ratio? Those look like sperm. Am I the only one who sees it? Or did I just like ruin this for everyone? I just ruined this for everyone, didn't I?
You were close.
You gotta release the rainbow. Thank you. Okay. We are, thank you, Anonymous, for the $115 donation. We hit our goal. So we're gonna Yay! Oh, there's more. Oh, please clip that. Son of a bitch. Say hi to Sprig. Kitten, you're funny.
Guessing.
Bite my crucifix, please. This is thrilling gameplay. I know, lots of fallen rocks, huh? Bestie! How are you today, bestie? Welcome in. What did I say last night? I think it was something like, "Oh, Mickey, I don't know how I feel about the title of that game. Hide the pickle? Oh, that doesn't sound fun at all."
Rude. Don't. Mario, I said don't. Mario. It's totally not my fault.
If you would just listen to me, you would know. There's no way I'm finishing this today. There's no way. Give me my prize already. Thank you. Hey, look, more health. There, yeah. You guys? Yeah, okay, you got 2 of them. You got 2 of them, Canes. Good job.
Blame it on not having a sword.
Hi, Mama. How are you? How's Daddy? Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff. Someone find Verta. She hates Jigglypuff.
Top of it was kind of funny.
Yeah, it did.
I'm just gonna hold a Cruci and run around.
Dude, what are you doing?
The gate's closed.
Let's not bonk that, please.
This close. And this was.
Is it?
I mean, I don't see it hunting if that changes anything, but yes, the gate is closed.
Yeah, I don't either.
There's a wild Chansey in chat. Catch that Pokemon. B12 OG! B12 OG! B12 OG!
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. The ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Let's take a closer look. Maybe using it will help your investigation.
Do you want to see it eat me? I mean, it probably will, considering I just kind of fucked myself
You
over.
were close.
Oh god, it's there! I just got eaten by a chicken. Oh my god, I did it! Oh god! We're fine.
Yeah, just yeah.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay.
That sucks. Wow.
Oh my god!
So whoever did that lightning, thank you for making sure that super jump was across the jump and I wasn't.
You still won.
But whoever threw that, blue shell, thank you very much.
Sorry.
My god, Beauty got Mario Kart. It's so hard.
It's fine. Purple, I think, is AFK.
a miss. Stunt's now standing against the wall, like as if it was like she like got a mugshot. Bro, I was being nice.
That's
Okay,
for killing
yeah,
me.
Who needs the 100?
Hey.
Oh shit!
That's what you get.
Sorry, Nico.
Who
That's
needs
alright.
100 health?
Oh!
Oh no, you got purple.
Hold on.
A
Initiation.
terrible person.
That was so funny. Okay. Goomba, you want the Goomba? Oh no. No. No thank you. No. I hate that. I hate that. I hate it. I hate. Nope. Maybe not as expensive since his is fucking ridiculously expensive. And yeah, I said that, Jay. I said it. I said what I said, Jay. Don't touch the key. Don't touch the key. I touched the fucking key. Hey, can I have a hug? Can I have a hug from my big boy? Thanks. You know what? So that Clara can hear, naughty daddy. Bless you. That was all over my hands. Yeah, it was. Naughty daddy. Crank it faster, girl. Crank that soldier boy. Everybody poops. Dicks. I don't want to be here. There we go.
Just absolutely lovely stories. Just makes you laugh out loud.
Like everybody poops.
I don't know everybody poops.
Yeah, that's a book. Everybody poops. Everybody poops. Dick.
American
Thanks,
Canadian
Proto.
author.
Yep. Okay, now I upped it. Oh crap. That's 11 beans. Oh no! I just remembered that.
I don't think Beauty can hear at the moment. I'm not too sure. She's taking her dough face off at the moment.
So yeah, that adjustment was actually me doing a full costume change.
Just so you know, Beauty, Lux said that you guys got a call from Kayla, and she just hopped out to go, I think, tell her.
Yeah, I heard the call.
Oh, okay.
So last game, or do we need to cut this early?
So we got costume change. We can probably finish this real quick.
Ah, I was right. Doctor Who. I knew it.
Yep, we got our TARDIS dress on. This is another one I made.
I did it! And that was the end. We were that close the entire freaking time.
This time.
Goomba. You're calling Sissy Goomba? Oh my god. He just called his sister Goomba. I can't see. Yay! I gotta do another one. Oh, it hurts when it's right there. It hurts more when it's... You're pissing her off, huh?
Which shoe did she drop? Oh. Just gonna stand over here. I'll watch you guys.
Neither one is nommed, neither one is nommed, neither one is nom 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 nom.
They're even in here, I'm surprised. Is that you?
Rawr. I'm dinosaur. Rawr. It's fast for you. B12 says hi.
Hi. Hi, poop.
Oh my goodness. You wanna say hi, Graham?
Hi, Grandpa.
Hi, Graham poop. Oh my goodness. Blake. Shit! How is this close? How is this close? Oh well, we get the dead ending. Yes. I got a cog out of it. Oh, well that was a fun death. Aren't you? So here's all the ones that we made. Look at them. Which, I mean, one of these I didn't make on stream, so making 4 in 3 hours, it's not terrible. I'm not gonna start another one because... Whoa, look at her! Dude, she's neat.
Oh my god.
I saved you.
Followed you.
I saved you.
She just ran back in. Oh my god, did you see her? She like sauntered away, all like head down, all sad.
Alright, we back everybody. Sorry about that. Okay. So while I was doing that, I got a message from the doctor's office saying, your B12 and your vitamin D are low. So here's the stuff you need to start taking, blah, 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 blah. You also need B12 injections once a week for 4 weeks, followed by once a month for 5 months. And I'm sitting here thinking, my B12 was actually in the normal range, but it was on the low side. I didn't think I would need the injections, but okay. Sure. And they're like, you also need to talk to your PCP about your thyroid being high, or your elevated thyroid. I'm like, it was elevated by 2,000,000ths of a point. And it's just like, okay. Okay. This is making me like regret even like trying to deal with my migraines because of all of this stuff now. It's like I get it, but at the same time that 2,000th of a point just feels like a cash grab. Your vitamin D and B12 are always low. I get it from my mom. Well, that and I just don't like going outside. But like I didn't sign up for all this crap. I just wanted my headaches gone. Or at least lessened. I wanted to not have 10 out of 12 days being migraine days, thanks. I don't know where it wants me to go in this. Oh, there's a thing over there. There's a Galarian Ponyta in chat. Catch that Pokemon, it's part of the event. I guess technically a B12 OG, but also technically not a B12 OG? I don't know how to mark those, really. Alright, where's this fucking... There was something over here. Where did it go? Or was it just this shadow of something? What was running over there? What the hell is running? Look at that cow! We got sleeping cow and one that's just like hyped up on caffeine. Like, I didn't sign up for having to... It was like when they... Like, she started the appointment, like, after talking about the medication and the side effects that I had. She was like, have you thought about taking an anti-anxiety med? I was like, no, because honestly, when I'm not on this medicine, my anxiety is easy to handle because it's situational. It's something that I'm just like, okay, I just power through this. It'll be fine. You know, it's fine. With the medication, it was, I don't know what this is. I can't prepare for it because it's literally just random times of day.
And now
with no rhyme or reason.
Words of wisdom with Melon.
And I don't want to go on a maintenance med to be on a maintenance med. You know? That is rigged. And like, I still don't want to be on a maintenance med to be on a maintenance med. Like, I don't... And like, part of me is like, how much of this is actually necessary? How much of this actually makes any kind of difference? Because I also see my mom still having to struggle with her migraines on days. And I'm like, she's been actually actively working to get rid of hers so long. And it like, I don't... Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm half tempted to be like, you know what, just forget about it. I'll just go back to my old method of, I'll deal with it with the pain and just be miserable. It's fine. almost like it's causing more stress to try and figure out why, like, what's going to fix it versus just dealing with it. When did this solidify? Because, like, last I checked, that wasn't solidified, but okay, cool. This game is really stinking cute. This is Rita. Huge thanks again to Keymailer for gifting me a copy of this game. I played the demo and fell in love with it, so I was really excited to get a full copy of the game, too. Where did this go? Okay, so we're gonna block these. No, put that back. Alright, so now we can do not alone. So this is gonna be Sandcastle. I want all that stuff. Alright, so put you there. Alright, 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 alright. Alright. You two are quite the team. Here, have these. You know what? I've come around to you two. I like you a lot. That donkey's an ass. Okay. Travel. Here, I marked that wrong. There we go. Okay. Okay, so Sandcastle's over here, so I need this now. Whee, whee. I like that we just glide with no wings, though. Okay, and then just those. Avocados from Mexico. So I can't reach that. Okay. Sorry, Johnny said avocados, so my brain automatically goes avocados from Mexico. Sorry. If anyone's wondering where that came from. I already did that. have I done? What am I missing? I already did that. I wonder if I put that chicken there, if it counts, if I can, if that's how you do the 10. We're gonna find out. We're gonna see if cheating is how it goes. Cause screw Spork. No. Okay. I don't get enough height. Okay. Although maybe, I don't know. Avocados from Mexico. Dang it! I don't know what I'm missing. Because I can't take these once they're there. I don't know what I missed. I don't fully know. Cody, are you lurking in my chat? Oh, Johnny's talking to you. Okay. But yeah, I have a whole drawer full of the sticker nail stuff I can look at. Or I can send you like a whole bunch. Like send you options and stuff. You literally like stick them on and then file. Yeah, I love them. Mine are not glamnetics. I don't remember what they're called, but they're not that. Wait, I don't need that anymore because I can... I don't know where I'm going. So I've already done all that. need those.
Not let it go.
Hi, Courage. Welcome in. How are you? Don't. So that's a tunnel. Thank you for what, Crackpot? What's up? What'd I do? I've been doing alright. Oh, yeah. People complain that I'm quiet. I know, babe. People complain I'm quiet. Can you believe it? He made a look when I said that. Hi, Miss Lux! Welcome in. How are you? But I also, if you want to laugh, I also use a hair clip to hold my microphone because I don't have an actual like boom mic arm. There's a Barbarical in chat. Cash App Pokemon is part of the event. You've been quietly lurking. I appreciate you. But it works. It works. It's been a busy day. I apologize. That's rough. We've been busy here too. I got blood work this morning. The Little Nemo game? I love the Little Nemo game. I tried to 100% it and got distracted. I don't know. Yeah, I just fed the kiddos not too long ago too. Or the kittens not too long ago, I should say. Yeah. Let's see how far she goes. That's cute. Going into a meeting. Hopefully it's not painful for you.
You were close.
I don't know where it wants me to go and what it wants me to do. Because we definitely need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more of these to complete that. But I don't know where they are because I haven't even seen them. Whoopsies. I doubt she can get them if the chick can't do them. I doubt she can. I don't know how to make that any faster. Yeah, so there. If you tripled up, you do a turn on the third jump. Oh, that makes me so happy. But now I'm just like, I don't know where to go now. But what do I need? I don't know. Hmm. Actually, hang on. Because this is like the only thing I can think of is we didn't break this 10-meter record. But if this is locked behind this, it feels silly. So it's something where I can jump from this one to this one over to this one. Yeah, okay. I don't know if it's gonna count it, but we'll try. Yeah, cool. It counts it. Not that that did anything either. What the hell? What the hell? The hell? High jumping? Where is the high jumping? $16 meters. Whoops. Thank you for the screen, Crockpot. That was loud. You gotta try harder than that to get me. I'm gonna laugh if you got Johnny, though. That would be funny. Challenge accepted. It's notoriously difficult to get me, just so you know. Just so you know. Although hilariously, Mold Washer was the most recent one that actually got me. Out of all of the games, Mold Washer. see anymore. Like, this is the wild thing. Like, there's another feather. Letters are over there that I can't get to. I can't find any more blackout things, though. Okay, well there's the other feather. Alright, that was the last feather of this section. I don't know. I found a spot I don't think I'm supposed to be able to stand. Shh, you can't see me. I'm not here. I'm just gonna hide here for a second. It's funny. Ooh, I broke. There we go. I don't... I already did that puzzle. I already did that. I already did the badminton. Beach mitten, sorry. I can't do the race because I'm not fast enough against him. Am I missing something? Is there... There we go. It would not open, okay. Is there a word that is actually... Oh, engine. There we go. I'm just an idiot. It's fine. I'm just an idiot. It's been so long. We were here for so long. We were here for so long. I want to see how long it takes Johnny to do that one. There he goes. Haha. Haha. Another part of bridge. Residents are celebrating the completion of the second phase of the eagerly awaited bridge project. Crowds gathered to watch and cheer as the finishing touches were made to another segment of the construction. But the celebrations were bittersweet for Rita, as the opening of the bridge also marks the departure of her grand chicklet, who will be saying goodbye to Shepton to make their way in the wider world. We know many of our readers will want to wish them well in their new adventures. Alright, let's talk to this dude because we fixed his train. Well, it seems like you don't need me at all. One ticket to Bellman. All aboard. My god, we're a chick on a train! We're a chick riding a train! Why are we riding on top of it? That doesn't seem safe. A swallow appears. Catch that Pokemon. Whether you are ready or not, time and life move on. You've moved to Bellman to start a life and family of your own. Rita remains in Shepton. You do your best to stay connected. This is gonna get sad. Why does this feel like it's gonna get sad? Welcome to Bellman, young one. Long journey, was it? Not so young anymore, perhaps. Sorry about the strange weather we're having here. I'd wager it'll clear up— oh, I tapped that too quick. You know what they say. 2 seasons in a single day in Bellman. We say we get all 4 in certain seasons. And because I haven't plugged it in a while, we are still raising money for the 1000 Dreams Fund. We have raised $200 so far. If we hit the next milestone of 300, I will finish my Spicy Skittle gummies all in the remainder of the stream. I have to finish them by an end of the stream when that is hit. Whenever that is hit. If you want to see that glorious action, you know what to do. If we hit $400, I will do a future Diamond Dot stream. Which artwork that's gonna be, I don't know. I have a whole bunch of Disney ones that I haven't opened. I have my big Tabby one, that Tabby Starry Night one that I haven't finished yet. Nice catch, Crockpot. You caught the swallow. I don't know yet. It'll depend on what I can set up. And if we hit 500, I will give away this set of coasters after I complete them. I think I have like 3 left. They've slowly been getting done. I've had them for a while. And if we hit 575, Johnny will drive up and pie me in the face. And I will pie him in the face. Because it's not fair if I just get pied. And you know what, if we hit 600, maybe I'll do a stream where I take requests and draw curse stuff that you want me to draw. Like Johnny as a tank, which I already drew, but you know, things like that. Within reason. We do have to stay within Twitch toss. But yeah, if you are able to and you want to donate, click that link right over there in the chat. Alright. Oh, you're her grand chicklet. Her love of music and dancing is well known even here. But alas, today doesn't seem to be the day for it. Every Sunday we were supposed to go dancing. Why is there a butt right there? But the weather isn't nice today. I can't sheep to look. I mean bear to look. Hasn't stopped raining yet. I can't sheep to look. I want that thingy in there. Okay. I like that we have a little backpack. It's so cute. Okay. Let's see what we have. Wacky weather bemuses Bellman. Cryptic crossword. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, where's Mellums? Mellums would love this game. I feel like this is a Mellums game, and I feel like this would be one where I actually get to, like, suggest a game to Mellums. To solve these cryptic clues, you need to know that every clue contains the answer twice. One time like a regular crossword clue, and a second time using some kind of wordplay. We will only use 3 types of wordplay, and each is given in an example below. Anagram, so ramp and pram. Deletion. Okay. And contains. Notice how the wordplay can either be before or after the definition, and punctuation doesn't matter. Indicator words like jumbled, loses, and has are just examples. Any words with the same or similar meaning could be used. Happy solving. Go in chosen terrain. Oh, it's like Minute Cryptic. But Mellums, it's in a game with a cute little chick. Like, look at, like, this whole game just feels like it you would enjoy. You've been watching? Okay. So 5 is probably Sunny. Three down is Trail. Notes is 2. I don't have enough letters for any of this. Especially because I don't know which color letters they want. One down is Emerge. Yeah. Like the platforming and wandering and like all of it just combined in one game is just so different. I hope I just didn't screw myself over by jumping down here. Oh, we're in a cemetery. Look at that. That's cute. I can't get over the triple jump. The triple jump. Access to the city will be restricted on rainy days. When it is sunny, there will be access. Okay, but can we talk about this clown or this cow that's just like running like crazy over here? Like, look at that thing. God dang it. God dang it. Well, I guess we're going swimming. Oh, look, like drain. The Bellman Crux word. What? Oh. Okay. Okay. That felt silly. Ooh, high jump. I don't have that though. I need the moon boots. Outer Bellman West Trail. Alright. We don't have Sunny yet. We do have Trail. You've come so far. Oh yeah, because we started like all the way over there. Yeah, I don't have all the letters for it. So I can't enter them. Take your shots. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. I was not expecting this. No. So it's not just that. Let me see. Oh, there. I was looking for left. That's west. And east. Okay, so there's a chandelier in chat. Catch that Pokemon. It's part of the event. Uh-oh, Crockbot, you're out of balls. I remember you saying that, Johnny. Mm-hmm. La. Nice catch, Crockpot. You caught the chandelier. Ghost type, ghost type, ghost type. That's one of my favorite ghost types too. So I can't do any in the middle. Up doesn't do anything. Box doesn't do anything. Ah, Deku. Ha 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 ha. What about test? No. I don't have enough circles. Like, I'll show you. Like, I have enough for that. I have enough for that. I need one more for southeast. I don't have enough. Yeah. It would be the same with northwest. I like that they make a cross. I did blah. It didn't do anything. It made me laugh. I also did Deku. And then there's test. I didn't do Pox yet. That would be funny. No, that's not one. counts the up, but not the plus or the sup. Nah. It would have done that too as I was filling out south. Yes, I did just say the word south, Johnny. Just don't understand why you can't go down from there. Goodbye, Grower! Oh. I don't have letters, so that doesn't work. I can't just do anything there. Why do I feel like I feel like I am missing just like a circle. Nope. Like, did I miss something this way? No. Thank for the hydrate, Renato. Let me finish my drink. Thank you. Alright. What's not funny? I just get yelled at. I didn't do anything. God. Okay, Angie is taking its sweet time.
Renato,
There it is.
1848, asked me, I'm going to be on a beach all week. What beer should I drink? Beach week? Delightful. Drink something cold, light, and unambitious. A crisp pilsner, lager, or wheat beer. If you insist on flavor, try a pale ale that won't taste like punishment in the sun. Avoid heavy stouts unless you enjoy sweating through your own poor decisions. Hydrate too, or the beach will win.
Johnny said, Renato, you need to drink Dos Equis. His face is Dos Equis. I don't understand. I don't understand what I'm missing here. Wrong one. Can I just circle all the O's? No. I'm okay. I don't know what it's wanting with this one because you can't input anything in the middle of it moving. I'm really kind of confused. And there's no like middle option. There's no stop. There's a Tyrant in chat. Catch that Pokemon. No, I hit the wrong button.
You were close.
Hmm. Div. I really don't know what it wants on this one. Y'all, I really don't.
What's that? Okay, go to the bathroom and change. Put your wet clothes in the tubby.
Does anyone else see what I'm missing? Because I sure as hell don't see what I'm missing.
In your bedroom.
Oh. Okay. So we can do northwest. Except it broke now. There we go. So I can do that. So we have a different west we can do. But what does that give us? I don't think that gives us much of anything.
Come here, buddy.
Oh, I see. I see it. I see it. I see it. I finally see it.
The pool water is clean.
Nice and warm.
Yeah.
But those don't make it move. What the f-
Your chin pull its guts out.
There we go. That took forever. There's more? Of course there's more. Okay, so that's not okay.
Up a little bit higher. Yeah, he snuck inside.
He's scared me. I don't know.
You see what he's scared me?
Yeah, he's scared me.
You've got cold hands, buddy.
I didn't know he was in here.
There we go.
Dad, I saw a girl that's drunk.
This was a little easier. Oh, good. That one was rough. Take your shot. It was a milestone birthday for Rita. I made the long trek back to see her and attend the party. People were getting up and giving speeches. So many people had so many nice things to say. I knew I wanted to contribute, but I just couldn't get my wobbly legs to stand up and go to the front of the room to speak. Fast forward a few years and I was visiting again. One of her favorite weekend activities was country music. She always talked about it, like always, so this weekend I decided to attend. Oh, how much she would have loved to dance with her grandchild, but again, my wobbly legs couldn't do it. The next time I had a chance to show publicly that I cared, well, I took my shot. Alright, so we don't have Sunny, we don't have Notes, we don't have Emerge. Not 100% what that one's gonna be. It's gonna be an N. Okay. Oh, this is blank. Oop. Okay. Has to go there, right? And my nail got stuck. My nail got stuck in the keyboard. Hi there. I usually judge the high jump competition, weather permitting. Well, that's great. So this is going to be 8, so we're going to need the 3 eyes over here. Another feather on the train? Okay. Okie dokie, Crockpot. Thank you so much for popping in. Hopefully you can figure out your water pressure. That's so weird. There's another Galarian Ponyta in chat. Catch that Pokemon. I guess
B12
it's
OG.
kind of a B12 OG,
B12
kind of.
OG.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to apply it that far anyway. I don't understand why I can't get up there. My caught the Galarian Ponyta! Oh, oh. Thank you, Johnny. Oh, can I just glide right over there, maybe? Is that what I'm missing? That would be upsetting. Oh my god. Nope, can't climb. Glide right over. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I have to sneeze. I was hoping to finish this little section, but I think we might have to call it quits here, which sucks. 'Cause I am stuck again. Yep. Yeah, because Mommy's stuck right now. What is up there? How do I get up there? Hmm. You're doing a good job, Bika. Night night. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, y'all. Mm-hmm. Alright, yep. I think that's where we're gonna have to end for right now. Because I've been going a while. Been going quite a while. Alright, let me see who we got on. I will be live again next week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, plus maybe Tuesday after the kids go to bed for another race, because we somehow moved on. Somehow. Wild. Let me see. Let's go raid. Let's go raid. Let's go raid Mama Chaos. Mama Chaos is playing funnel runners. Alright. There are our raid messages. Thank you guys for joining me again today. This was fun. And we finished Detroit Become Human, so that was a fun time too. And we surprisingly didn't have as many deaths as I thought. Keep an eye out on Sunday. I will have my schedule posted. We'll probably finish Rita at some point next week. We'll have some more Hades, some more Ocarina of Time randomizer, and some Link to the Past randomizer. We'll also continue raising funds. Thanks. Thanks for the resub, Alhuna. Get that as fast as I can. Sriracha. Alright. Here's the Sriracha bean. Alright. Go say hi to Mama Chaos. They are playing Tunnel Runners. And remember, stay kind, stay curious. Love you guys. Bye!